Okay, so right as soon as I say, oh, I'll come back when I'm in, I get in. Granted, I had to go to Midgard Storm. I had to use the world transfer thing. Oh, look at the Sage. We're not doing Sage right now. I need to fix my glam. Not this glam, but the glam I set forth. Where are you, Diemonger? I'm not used to coming here. Diemonger? Did I miss you on the other side? Um... Is it you? No. See the materia melter. I hate this place. There's a reason I don't come here. Yeah, I don't see a Diemonger anywhere. Okay, we'll just go with the default and go to Limsa. And while that's happening, I'm going to fix something. Not there. I need to change my movement setting back. And I guess activate this ear thing that released. Sound. It says it's on. I don't hear anything different. It says to close and reopen. I don't know, something sounded a little different. That could just be me. Okay, it says it's on, so... Anyway, Diemonger, I know where you are. Oh god, now it tells you how much you spent. Because if I'm doing this in style. Because I like my style. We're going back to my original color scheme. From back when I started the game, when I came back from 1.0. You do not have the color, do you? Son of a bitch. No, I don't have any. To the market board. Yeah, whatever. Okay, now we gotta go to the thing. Aft castle. I don't have any Aetherite coupons. Okay, that's weird. Thought I had a whole bunch of them. I can buy some. See, originally I logged in Mordona, but then I had this whole thing. want retainer, I want glamour dresser. It just feels right. I'll keep my purple blades though. I need dancer. So, what's my item level now? 530. Okay. I'll take it. Is there anything I need to upgrade and yield more? We're starting this soon, I promise. We need to upgrade one thing. Ooh, somewhere. Because now we can just upgrade this shit with tokens. Or, not tokens, poetics. Just one ring to rule them all. I need 2. I have a... You know what, I don't even care. I'm not going to use that materia anyways. Am I wearing that? It's in my glamour dresser. Why the hell did I put that in my glamour dresser? Oh no, it's not in my glamour dresser. Oh, it's just saying I... Crypt Lurker's Boots of Aiming? I'm wearing the Edenborn. Whatever. Okay. Now, let's go to Lag Central! Not that way. Okay, one last thing. I can't do that because I'm not on my own world. Next ship to sail. Horse Chestnut Weapon Coffer. Krya, do you have some time to talk? No. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. I like it. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of Aeon's past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spirit, we can't even get it close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Ehrenwald and Fordola, We need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Capital's probably seen the worst of it for a good while there, and saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was all rent by the barking of cannons on the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. Also, I can't see anything. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. I am bad with their voice. Master 4-Channel... yes, I am mispronouncing it on purpose, because he's an asshole. Comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. Form knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt! We've just received word from Mistress Crow. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Valdestian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Oh, lying gets us everywhere. These arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I know that's a terrible Estinian voice, but he's a dragoon. He's automatically Batman. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. We didn't have anyone doing that when we went to Kugane. Do 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 do. Okay, so we're going to Limsa now. I am going to do a quick thing to see if I can get to my home server so that I can do stuff. Where am I going? Visit another world server. Adamantoids. I think that means we get right in. I feel better being on my home server. Where am I going? We need to go to the Arcanist Guild. I never equipped that ring, did I? Oh yeah, we have to actually go all the way out here. So Totter is somewhere in this mess, right there. I don't see any of the others around, but... Oh, there's Ishtola, but she's non-target. Okay, all the other Scions are non-target. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlene should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I'm getting Monkey Island vibes. Hey, that Lala has the same color scheme I do.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Okay, so I am noticing a bit of sound difference. Because their voices sound different. So that's interesting.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
You don't say.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Ha!
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Come on, don't you know who the fuck I am? I'd just like to say I'm going to do the same thing I did in Shadowbringers. Go with the most sarcastic option.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Oh, those guys.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
Is that the first time they've been in a voiced cutscene? Because I think it is.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Aww.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Yeah. Careful is my middle name. No, wait. It's not Careful. My middle name is not Careful. We're on a boat! We're on a boat!
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Endwalker title? No? Why are we underwater?
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Ah, good old Mappy. Answers?
Here. Feel. Think.
This is like a recreation of the introductory scene for Limsa.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
These people don't even know I'm the Warrior of Light. And Darkness.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Graha doesn't have the echo. Or...
In any case,
Yeah.
I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
creeping me the fuck out, those playing answers. Like, I'm scared right now. Because I know what happened the last time this played. Oh, hello. It's you again.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
You are Heidelin.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Might know, Heidelin. I can trust your words no longer. Yes, I'm being salty in these scenes.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
Wait. Yeah, the worlds are shards of Zodiac, not of a world. Interesting.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Oh, that's not good.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
Huzzah.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Where the hell was everyone else?
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Huh.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Yes, you've been there, Alphino.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper.
Whoa. Next quest. Punch Fortunal in the
There
dick.
is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Do these people even know who the fuck I am if they're so smart? Here comes the title. Because there's the moon. As compared to Start Runner.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
How's that
Once,
such?
they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Is there a hose going up her?
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Coward!
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The Northern Empty. Why is there empty on this world too? Reen?
I thought
Gaia?
they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Oh yeah, that's why we just haven't been able to go there so far.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Oh god, I don't have a passport.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Makes sense.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Are you a boy or a girl?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
I just realized she has Karen hair. I should have known it was a girl. And she's not yelling at us yet. I'm scared.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Ishtola. Oh god. Have we been pronouncing it wrong the whole time? Has she been pronouncing it wrong the whole time?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
No, they're so fancy. They think they're so smart.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
They don't have last names anymore. They're not getting in.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that...
Uh-oh.
The streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
No, there's only one person that could have said that. It was probably you, Karen.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
What are they troubled with?
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Karaya Aishi, Warrior of Light. Adventurer by trade. Artisan. Champion of Wayarza. I wonder if Artisan is a crafting title.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer by trade is what your
God damn it.
documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Cryo. You wound me, Cryo.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Wait, I thought your last name was Wormblood. What?
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh God, what's he gonna say?
If you'll allow me.
Damn, I want to know what he was gonna say.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
He used a big word. How long have we been in that cutscene? Anyways, there was one other thing I wanted to change here. Just for my own sake. Goblins. Poopets. Ethernet shards. Okay, what the hell just happened? I guess Reshade decided to have a flip out. Oh God. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now and that's all that matters. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry, after all. Even allowing that these years I spent in the first pass here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched to me, by time. You are doubtless eager to take insights. Not to worry, Cry of the Sea is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may notice some similarities with the Crystarium, yes. In fact, I guess it does kind of look like the Crystarium a bit. Oh, but we should Cryo have her say first. We can continue this conversation another time. am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In case you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. How is my inventory? That's decent. I just want to make sure I have proper equipment. I mean, I don't have to upgrade anything to like level 64. Old Charlian, new to you. Cryo sweeps the science with a speculative look. I had thought to launch Charlian an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Cryo and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're trying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldestian Annex. How does that sound? You have your own annex? It's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome into Levier estate as such, but I'd like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Am I not getting a tour guide? I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith by thy leave. He's going to go make up a lie for us for this expansion. Which of you, Estinian? My service as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary until we reconvene. I'd prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this will be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Yeah, remember, he's got over 100 extra years of memory. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Cryo, Charlian awaits. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering different areas using the Ethernet or putting too much distance between you two. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking to Cryo. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the land stand. Last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Cryo is now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand. Speak with Cryo at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which will offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Okay, so we need to head to the last stand. Talk. I'm grateful to have Carl's help in reacquainting myself with the place. It's almost as if seeing it with new eyes, as it are. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. Okay, so let's go to the last stand. This map is going to be my hell. Ooh, conversation point. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldestian, I was usually quartered in the Isle of Al, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Also, get this. There's a hose running up its back. Does talking to Kryl first do anything different? Path leading out toward the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, and so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, and alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Okay. That's neat. I like this. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment toward cuisine is dietary first and taste a distant second. There is one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. I need to adjust my shit. There is one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured, okay? And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on me, as I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you're a typical Charlian when it comes to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when the time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Neat. I want a burger. You must try this egg. It's amazing. Best shared by a loved one, if you ask me. I know that's a girl, but... Coffee here is to die for, but one cannot look past it. Charming pizza. I recommend you order both, funds permitting. Yeah, so there's one more. I know I keep configuring things, but it's like things that didn't originally plan on. Because I want to actually avoid shouts and shit. It's under general. And I am going to... Yeah, I'll leave that. And maybe I'll just put up a way status just in case, or busy status. Next stop, this way. I just have to remember to put them back later. Hey, same fashion style. I mean, in color-wise, except she was wearing blue pants. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, it's perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. It's much fun to discover the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what is essentially a lost art. Now, if we go to our next destination, our path leads northwest to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. Hey, at least it's not the Yulmore one. Actually, for now. There's our summoning bell. Yeah, here's the markets. I want to see more of the other points. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? Ahem. On a more serious note, next up on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. Let's head back to the Aetherite Plaza. Follow the path north and then climb the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Before I do that, I actually do want to go back to that little restaurant place. I don't see a shop there. Retainer of gemstone, material, mender, full plate armor, tool supplier. Okay, you guys, I need something. I need food. I'll deal with moving retainers later. I don't think there was a shop in there. No, there's no shop at the last stand. Are there any more NPCs around? I don't see any. Yeah, I don't... There's a Levier estate. Hall of Artifice. The Nymphium? Where are the food vendors? Where are the food vendors? I mean, they were in the market area in the other one. Material supplier, maybe? No. Ah, hell. I see Archon Loaf. Yes, I do buy 2 stacks of these. Why do you ask? Close enough. Skills. I don't need that stat. Yes, I found someone who sells food, but I don't want them because they don't sell the food that I want. Tradecraft tools. Yeah. Yeah, none of that's for me right now. I will get it through questing. Oh well, we'll find food vendors soon enough. We need to go this way. I don't think there is a food vendor here, and that sucks. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessing of the water and sex. I hope there's sex. It's the Nymphium. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. Huh. The Great Flood was the start of the Sixth Umbra era. Okay, so they started in the Sixth Umbral or Astral. This is the reason you see abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Soda poppin', that's for you. I'm sorry, there are people that annoy me. Ethernet shard first. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to an original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its member remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The Nymphium is spread out. The vista put in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at Crystal asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Okay. Golden Beaver! And so, Journey's End. We arrive at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Nincrip built their first homes. In the present, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for a time. Oh no! Oh no, I have to go punch someone in the dick. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Valdesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down toward the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow a path below the Aetherite Plaza? Correct. After you, Kraya. Oh no. No, 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 no. No. We are... Where's the door? Because that's a fence. Time to go punch someone in the dick. Probably 4-channel. Give me a tour bubble here. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! I have to kill someone. No, this would be easier if I just, you know, would teleport to the Aetherite Fountain. Try that again. Oh, interesting. That's never come up like that before. Oh well. I got stuck on something. Discuss Journey's End. Charlotte is full of education and research institutes, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools that they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, we crossed this bridge here, as I recall. 6 of path, and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. Okay, so where the hell am I actually going? Oh, I think we're going... This looks like where more shops should be. There's the leave meat. That must be a later quest. Aethernet shard. Oh, we've already gotten this one. Nice to know they show you which ones you're missing. That's awesome. This is like chill music. This music is chill as fuck. And so I have to ruin it by cursing. As the joyous look on Raha's face is undoubtedly informing you, this is about Destian Annex. If you cannot continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Karaya and Raha with me. Ah, you arrived about the ship then. Hello, Raha, it's nice to see you again. Are you a boy or a girl? It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Karaya. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sinjaki? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sinjaki, Administrative Officer for the students of Aldessian. It's a guy. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin Ejika? Yeah, that bitch. It's actually who I thought it was at first. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite shocked to hear what's become of the isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often have occasion to visit Charlian. Whether we make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is the shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Talafari fall. Though that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I have private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms! Perfect for an afternoon doze. Nap rooms? Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. You know, like most of the ones you have to deal with. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the fall. Sorry, I bumped my mic. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Nap rooms. I know, I don't get to go to the nap room. Fine. You have papers pasted on the walls of your room, so it's not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it's quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Those traditions I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Aldessian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. So maybe if we go close to the door, I want to go to my nap chamber. Do I have to talk to you? Yes. Clean sheets and more blankets are... Oh wait, rest as long as you like. The Andron. Oh yeah, those are... Look at all these crystals. They're just going to keep me up at night. They're so blue. I thought that was. I thought that was. You remember the Power Rangers episodes with the green candle? Yeah, I thought that blue thing right there was that before I got a better look at it. Comfy feather bed. You got diamond dress. You got an armoire, crystal bell, summoning bell. Oh, crystal bells. I forgot the Crystarium does not have a crystal bell. Because that wouldn't make sense. And well, until I level, it's not really worth getting experience, is it? So we'll hold on to that. Mender. Ooh, she's cute. I know that hairstyle. I have that hairstyle. I'm not using it right now. I'm back to how I originally was when I started this game. Mostly meaning pink hair, yellow, everything. Feeling refreshed and alert. Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Mind you, when I started this game, I was cosplaying Fluttershy. Which basically meant I could wear anything I wanted, except it had to be honey yellow.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Where are you?
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
And here's the expansion starting split.
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Well, I can tell you that. 4chan Alt's in charge.
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The Bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Right.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Okay.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
There's the Crystal Tower. I don't know what that is. Because these are all places on Eorzea, right? On the source, I would assume. So I was going to say the one kind of looks like an area in the Raktika Great Woods. I guess it could be the Omnipori shit. I don't know the rest.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Oh boy.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
No, let me guess. I'm your puppet.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kra's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Punchy punchy.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
Yeah, there's only like 50 of you.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Surely you can't read a book.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
So basically, this time is going to be the Thancred or Urianger path.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Urianger is going to Thavnair, Thancred's staying here.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
Oh.
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request.
Why does her name look almost like Nidhogg?
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
These quests are pretty long, actually. Okay, we can either go with Thancred or Cryle. I thought they were splitting, like, because I was getting confused why there were so many staying with Cryle and helping. I consider that a different task than the other tasks we have to do. So which is more interesting? Looking into what the hell's going wrong with the forum, or whether we get Thavner? I hate choosing. I need a coin. I don't have a coin. Crap. Game. Heading to the books. Carl is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for his forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they're willing to divulge. This is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say, the progress has been slowed down. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exiting annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Yeah, honestly, I'm really still arguing with myself over this. It's like, neither is the right option. The only side quests I'll be picking up for now are going to be the any blue ones. I know she told us to take it right, but there's a blue quest right here, and I want it. Diminutive Gleaner. My controller keeps cutting out for some reason. Hunt for specimens. Diminutive Gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. You might have to see me, or are you Cry Aishi? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the ship's top hunter now, eh? What? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, right? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in the Airways, as I understand it. I wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer in your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Northra at the Peristyle or register your interest at your earliest convenience. Okay. Side trip to do that. Are there any other blue quests open here? There's one all the way down there. Sights of the End. Yeah, we're just gonna collect blue quests and we'll do them probably pretty quickly. Controller! Stop that. That is a long frickin' dock. Why would you do this, Square Enix? Wait. Got wrong dock, and that one's even longer. I don't like it. World Affairs official. What? Oh, worldly. Seems you've already been approved for entry. Just try not to cause any trouble while you're here. Alright, that was the girl. Booga booga booga. Shape of the fort keeps any larger ships from coming in, which means we have to use some smaller vessels. Of course, that means more trips and time wasted unpacking and reloading. It's really quite a hassle. Yeah? It does sound like that. Babeth Ironheart. Oh. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice a sightseeing log on your person. You won't have me adventuring my niece word about, would you? Aha, so it is you. Please make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millicent and Seasoned Explorer. You didn't hand me that log of yours. Mills told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations on us. It's only right that I share with you some wisdom on my own. I know, her voice went from southern to my normal voice. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. Well said, dear. I jotted down everything I heard about the most remarkable vistas this realm has to offer. Of course, the few notes I shared are not more than rumors. Some describe me locales as fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Yay. Endwalker entries have been added to your sightseeing log. Must be level 80 or above to record Endwalker vistas. Travel location indicated and fulfill the necessary conditions, and you will complete entry for that vista, earning experience points in the process. Using your wits and the notes provided by Batman to identify the stunning sights and the proper way to appreciate them, and see Thavner, Charlian, and beyond as only the greatest explorers have seen them. They had to write this things were only rumors because we're going to the moon. At least they thought about that. They're like, well, how the hell is she going? Yeah, I'm in the moon. I'm in the moon. I love the moon. I'm horrible. I can't help it. Hunt for specimens. Oh, Leaves is right next to the guild hunt board. I'm North Oda. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? Actually, yes. His name is Xenos. Also, I have another one, Van Daniel. I have a third one, Fortunaut Levier. Ah, the scholar, you're correct. I was half convinced I set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. McLeaner's Gosha has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in hopes that capable individuals will take up arms and line our ever-increasing load. Load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the reward we offer is as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figured, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half of the creatures they send you after. It's best not to worry about that much. They did it again. You won't have heard of half the creatures because they're on the moon. Slay bees, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples. And get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so we can get your feet wet. Guild Trip Hunt's now accessible. We're planning to take bills for junior marks from Guild Trip Hunt boards in the Old Charlie and Ratatan. Each monster is described on the bills and you'll be rewarded with tokens, blah blah blah, we all know that shit. You can turn them in either Ratatan or Old Charlie. New quests and associate marks will become available from the third and Old Charlie upon reaching 83. Might as well. What the fuck is that thing? The crap. I've seen those before. And I've seen those. And those. What the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna kill myself laughing like that. What do you have? Diablo's Wing. Ooh. Naxian Cat. Veterinarian Striking Dummy. Unbowed Striking Orchestra Interval. No, they don't have a mount this time. What's the point? Why Scholar's Harbor got a star on it? That's the Aetherite Plaza, isn't it? No. Oh, that's telling you where I am. I'm not smart. It's the Aetherite Plaza. Okay, let's go this way. I really did hurt my throat. Controller? Now they've been accessed about Essie and Annex. I want to sprint back faster. I want what someone had heard about legacy things, and I want they thought you got a permanent sprint in towns. You got the Hermes shoes is what you got, and that was actually not a legacy bonus. That was you got that from connecting your 1.0 to 2.0, or not 11 to 14. Character, NPC people, go away. I am the most important one here. You cannot do this to me. Oh. I'm stupid. I want over here. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Charlie's grandest collection of books and tomes. There is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archive of Numenon extends deep beneath, the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlotte is free to enter and peruse the shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only archons afford access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched this troll and know how to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alcé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks upon open to the public. Your status presents more of a problem, as not since you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance, even though there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlatan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find any and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of these subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be at it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising times. Happy reading! Do I even know how to read? I don't think I do. I'm just going to assume it's Lookout. It was. Alright, books over here. Reference page. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. What? What? I'm just here looking for some tomes I need a reference for my thesis. Luckily for me, if tomes exist, so most certainly somewhere in the Numenon. Faye's title on spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. Read the book. During the chaos of the Sixth Number Calamity, Archon Nymphcrypt, founder of Charlatan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus. renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, enough ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founder's teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. That sounds like it means that they're supposed to spread their wisdom around the world even if they're not doing war, which is not what they're doing. I'm smart. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical state, had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years left in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. My number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 20 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition for a biological, a theological, and arcane viewpoint. That book is on the wrong subject. Search for works that contain details on the forum or mention any history of Charlian. But I want to read them all. An Introduction to the Heavens. That's the one I just read, isn't it? No. Some think the dome above us be a finite space, yet among those leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Oh, the first line. An Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein, and speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night? Whilst this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination, there are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Jalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field, say, waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Will it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? On the wrong subject. I don't care, I'm reading them all. How do you get lore about this one? The Voice of a Growing City. This is an important book. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Exclesia. I don't know. A public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in a significant delay of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussion, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Asteroid Age, it's ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. nation would now be led by a body of 99 members. Citizens chosen from among their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. I don't see any problem with that yet. 2 more books. Which one's the wrong one? Roads of Old, The Colony. Many years on the banks of the Thalac and Drabanian, a Charlene colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to say the Ethereal Sea in the years 13 and 11 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched Aeor, they found the facilities wanting, and the demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further Monday with Aeorgian students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as the official Charlian colony. Aeorgian residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for time, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idyllshire. One chapter must go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idyllshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover the history of Charlian, blah blah. The story of Charlian. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a rugged man by the name of Ninkrep. Ninkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined the flood of terrifying proportion would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. It was there that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people toward the ocean. It was there, however, that Ninkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. The danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Only moments later, Ninkrep wore a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Ninkrep gathered to him his crew and grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Charlian we live in to this day. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Charlian history and the foundations of form. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Oh, that was a lot of interesting info. Controller? I will disconnect you and reconnect you. Is that what you want? Yeah, I think that's what you want. Give me a moment. Yes, recognize the controller. Destination. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphno and Cryo should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so you had no choice but to start with the tangentially irrelevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and ready to supply pot tea. Oh, I was always fond of reading outside. It's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult after our arrival. We managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed us that even if Alpha and I were to return to Charlene, we are not allowed access to the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this drift one day, I'm sure of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern region of Islevar, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvus, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Alligans founded a state in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikate to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes in the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, so is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlean renamed the region Locus Aminus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Ah. Nail. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye has no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and a decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge of traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and students of Valdesian, who had once had me registered as a Charlene citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Tancred was taken in by Archon Louiswald, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlanes than you might think. Regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and sufficient perspicacity. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the foreign stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Do this while we try to make some headway into these books. Triad and more company should be arriving at any moment now. Y'all got me the easiest books, didn't you? Thank you. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Trial has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps our knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I might ask you a few questions related to the final. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? Yeah, I guess I was there. I'm the only one who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical detail. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Delayed distillation of creation magics, primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the Aether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. I'm actually going to be helpful on this one because I don't want... This is keeping up with my lore knowledge. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe would havoc on all manner of life. Chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing the power of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fires erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the art of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. The Shoal surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. There ought also note which, however, of the approach of the final days. A sound. The entire star was engulfed by disaster. They say with a keening sound from the land. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alpha, you can answer this one. Keening sound from the land itself. Ah yes, the Almertines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were in the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. You know, talking about it like that, because I thought it was just moving around whatever they called the planet, the completed planet. Heidelin also I was saying something at Heidelin doing the same thing. Or no. Yeah, Heidelin doing that with the answer song. Sorry, I think my brownie just kicked in. So the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the new mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive actions they had taken? They summoned Zodiark. They summoned Hyena. They knocked Dalamud from the sky. I'm going to have to come back to those later. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final day. Life sprout knew and was these fledgling souls intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venet and her fathers not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder why the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. You've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon... Oh. It's forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magic? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for a scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But it's all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? Keep an eye out for Yashol, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. I need to step away from my computer for a moment, because I need a drink. Too many minions. Why are all the minions spawning? Put away your damn minions, they're causing lag. Not for me. Because I would be sad if I disconnect. Ow. That's some good drink. Okay. Wait, destination once more. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Ariandre learned of the source's reflection from the Garuna oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed a prophecy and sealed away within the Great Google Library. It is even less likely the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, you left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when the confronted Master Fortran with knowledge of the telephore and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestions they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading to you, where they contain mentions of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something about you. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I don't want to read. I'm stupid. He never taught me how to read. You labor for what feels like an age as Yashola's research assistant. Why? Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the references will point you in the right direction. Remember though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Yay. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Emerald Clan. Reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than actual academic supposition. Thank you for your help. I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments to myself. Alcé appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea-baked cry? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know, last night in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I found a lot of interest so far. I think Yashala might be right about not getting our hopes up. Yay. That was only like, what, the 4th quest? Him is it. What do you gotta say? Do you mind? I need to submit a written report on this book and I barely even scratched the cover. Rude! Here at the Silent Monitor, some patients quietly read their books. Others, like myself, lose themselves in sound meditation. So they are rudely torn from their reveries by nosy adventurers with nothing to say. Bitch! I will cut you! Don't think I won't. I will fucking cut you. Like the bitch you are. I mean, what? I'm kind of surprised this quest hasn't taken us out of town yet. I guess how I really would have thought about it could take in that Aetheryte crystal. Alright, we do want to come down here. I'm sorry, I might be a little high. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. You might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? I'll say is now, I accompany you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You leave Alice behind by entering a residential area, blah blah blah, we know this. Talk. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. Yeah. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstood, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi, the enemies of peace who promised to end to all we have. Oh dear, and wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. Here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. Just foolish me to expect an honest civility from one so enlightened. Come, Karaya. Alice, pretend you're not with me, okay? That's how this works. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it is the young Miss Levier. God damn it, they recognize you. My apologies, I work in the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Folstron that I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Huh. Interesting. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? He looks like the, a surfer dude at his beachfront job. Wait, is that Mr. Salasay? I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon. Dickon. I am 4 years old. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Aether, but then you never came back. Hey, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet, master, fortunate it may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, hear anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be quite unwilling to speak with me. I wish there were more I could do to help. But maybe there is. Your visitor is Charlene, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few words. Strike up some friendly conversation while setting down the food, and you might get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? No! No! I'm pointing at myself as a bad idea for this. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. A tea says for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our Regos, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. He's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Or she's. Behind them you should see a Mikute General. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. All that, if you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Place the correct dish at the customer's table. I'm a waitress. I don't look... Actually, I do kind of look like one. Okay, you are the chatty group, and you are getting tea set. You work here, don't you? I'm still waiting on that charming little tea set. Now they even remind you. Well, I would if I could... Yeah. That tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. A Talaf for who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I were somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. And Gisla got the... Gisla gets the omelet. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What, the Talafroy? Yeah, yes, I remember seeing that name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? But stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. You get the only thing that's left. Urbane banner with a smile. Okay. You don't need to bar me up, you know. I've already ordered one of the most expensive things on the menu. Worth it. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring the things that we haven't got here in Charlene. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. See, Reapers are just angry farmers. These Telophora made good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the Gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carrying loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Interesting. Wait, what did that woman mean about I work here? I mean, yeah, I was at the time, but... Any trouble with customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Hell yeah, coffee. Let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the parasol, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Okay. We can do this. I knew the city was going to confuse the hell out of me. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Ooh.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
That's a lot of things in boxes that we can't see what they are. They don't even have markings, and there's a third boat.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Oh, we finally get to go somewhere?
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
What?
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
What?
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yes.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Let's go. We're just swimming there, right? We're just swimming there, right? Talk to me, girl. A labyrinth's descent. I'll say he's excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Oh, we have to get all the other people and go to the thing. Go to the Pleasure Dome. The Life Dome? Why have I not used the thingies? There are a lot of things I'm not good at. And navigating is one of them. And I always... Jizla. Wonder how they felt seeing their character's name on someone else. Welcome back, Cry. I've been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Nope. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigation to up the information on the Gleaners. There are way too many voice lines for me to give everyone their own... Or too many characters for me to give everyone their own voice. I'm just going to do everyone in my normal voice. Except when I accidentally use the wrong voice. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ystrel observed earlier, Numenon archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Cry and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlans know nothing of a particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow concerned that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is stretched to conclude the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. Yeah. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. What should we expect now? And maybe I'm burying my head in another dusty book. See, if I'm getting lore, I'm going to answer seriously. If it seems like a safe scene to sass someone, I'm sassing someone. I understand not everyone is a studious type. Consider this a warm change of pace then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it each is returned to its proper place. That would a great help. Thank you, Raha. You missed a word. You delayed 2 weeks and you gave me improper grammar. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Woo! New zone. Ready Labyrinth is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow us and try not to fall behind. Off we go then. I'm following you, so... Interesting. I do like this little thing. It's pleasant here amongst the trees. But we should move along. Now we run, try to keep up. There's going to be a hard one later, I just know. Keep to the path, straight ahead. We cross this bridge. Up here. The rostra, not far now. I don't have time to stop to get the shard. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. No, I didn't attune there because you wouldn't let me. Oh, I already have it. I didn't know that. Whee! Chocobo Keep. Well met, traveler. Might interest you in a Pocojo. Do not tell me the first visit to stop. We know all about that. Do you have anywhere I can go? I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to hire. Ensure the safety of we only allow travel luggage you're familiar with. Right. You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. I've not been to Labyrinthio. I've not been to Labyrinthios in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. How forum learn to find everything? Exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Come on, Helmet. It still sounds like a carnival.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
It still looks like Danganronpa 3's school.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Fancy elevator. And does still look like Crystarium, I gotta say. Everyone else is like, you
Not
know
what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Are they really going to talk to us? Kryle, are you echoing?
Did you call to me just now?
I'm voiceless.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
She had something of her echo. Not like, but it didn't transfer to us, so we don't actually know. And her echo power is the ability to view souls of people. They didn't feel like explaining the artificial sun to me. Why? Wonder how many people had to go to bed. The ones staying up late anyways. Hey Dobbin. I have sock for you. You wanna know what I'm doing? Hauling books. And ore. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in Labyrinthias. You know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this though. They just did one a few summers ago even. Though without warning, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damn if I know the reason. Could be they're changing layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthius. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058, human seeds 1059, Snarbleberry 1060, and were they 1061? Alright, my head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Garabanyan carrots? What then? Exchange with Tia to tell you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthios. They know the final days are coming, but Labyrinthios is going to jettison into the sky, therefore missing the final days. Hey, it's Yashtola. Nay, I am not shirking my duties. I haven't been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, that is not obviously out of place. It seems to be just to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Well, I am good at those. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around making small talk? I have been. There's Alice and Alphino. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Fascinating, but could we go back to what you were saying earlier? You're here to help or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a gleaner. I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Arenville taught you about exhausted gleaners. Let's get them to form a union. That would work. Hey, look, Krya. What tales do the gleaners have to tell? They told us notes taking the massive inventory operation is currently underway, concerning a large quantity of cargo making its way. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right, the form is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthios upside down in the process. Glorified Ratcatcher. Cryo appears lost in thought. You could do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're getting Cryo, I have an idea. Why am I kneeling? You're making me kneel to one of the minions of evil. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon the Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Time to get some rats! You should help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your service, but if you're offering out of goodness to her, I welcome the assistance. Name is Arenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagshian marmots is a tribe no desire to repeat. Grilled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. There should be no mistaking our little fugitive. Have them catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search in the surrounding trees. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search your trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Oh, while we're outside, where are my Gistle greens? There they are. Search for grizzly mice to defeat any enemies which appear. No flying. He looks so stupid. Oh yeah, I have that for a hunt mark. Listen to that. You ain't making me come up in here, are you? I used to be very rich. Then I bought the 2 mounts. Here's old mouth. You sense a hostile presence. Chirp, squeak. God damn it. Barely have you raised the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. I see someone fighting over there. Hunting troll. Squeak. Rat sack. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Reason to keep believing. Stealing. That lamp looked like something I should target. I keep thinking there are aetherites around here. Aether current. Oh, that's right. The aether thing is now a collection item. I'll help them out for this one. If I stop for people on missions, then I'm gonna be there all day. There you are, you little fucker. Chirp. Aether conversation question mark. A glass case containing a wind aspect and the balance on a pen. Nearby aether currents exert torque on the pen, pulling it in there. This item has been moved to your collection. Oh, I want to see what the rat sack says. A sturdy sack supposedly large enough to hold one or more squirming marmots. Squeak, squeak. More prepared for its feed this time. You succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. No, I don't think I've actually heard the music of this before. It's my bling. Do boo 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 doo doo. How'd you fare it? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in the holding cage. Oh, you're a... Why is my screen so dark? Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. Lighting? There's a giant sun above us. Good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. I guess you captured them in the first place. What will you do with the marmots now? That's up for the forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the dog I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Karaya. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who is looking for lost marmots? No! They forgot to keep the light on for this cutscene. You can tell, because you can see the glow of the lamp on the bag. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folks, anyway? I am Cryo, the students of Aldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decision may have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. It never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals captured and enclosures empty. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So he confirmed that this order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun. The forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days ago after the Telophori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out in the city. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. However, it seems the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden, unexpected development. I find it hard to believe that comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archive could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophori's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we can stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower. Is Cryo starting to hear the noise? Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sun descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldier on. Let's be about it then. Please allow me to take the lead. I'm very sorry I remember the way to the Archeon. Follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot was it? Anyway, it's the trolls you need to watch out for. It's the trolls we have to watch out for. Boo! It pulled out the same one twice in a row. Oh, I hope there's a new mount for... I'm spoiling myself. Battle... That's... Yeah, get out of my way, blue spells. Did they just get a title? Huh. It's under character dipshit. Migratory plume. A Life of Adventure, Mastering War 2, Life of Adventure 2, 3, that's 70, 4, 5, Mastering War, Mastering Magic, A Life of Adventure. The Migratory Plume is the reward for it. A hat. That is not a mount. It sucks. Frickin' hat. I like how the trolls are just recolored Gobus. I was following them and not looking at the map. I've been like, huh, where's the question? Where's the NPC? Talk to everyone. This is the foremost material archive in Charlian. I would love to explore its treasure shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that. Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Who did I talk to first to show? Alice. Recon the mist on your way here. The sprayers keep the air humid. The habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Behold the Archeon. As Numenon it serves as Charlian's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. Architecture too is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance and access point to a vault carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon, that's definitely an I, contains a physical history of Charlian's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Okay. deeper, and Alpha is gazing into it with the appraising look. Oh, we won't learn anything about you standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. I have a better idea. No, I thought the sun was always on. Really? Okay, that just confuses me then. I seriously thought it was always on. Can't really see it that well from here. I'm on the lookout for Blue Quest. Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not clear. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students about Estian, but is that relevant? I was given the belief that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? Nope. Service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. So there are people who hate the students of Baldessian. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. They're going to close off facilities and they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. The Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse. We have no other leads. I should like to peruse this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. Let's seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that people in Sarah are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone would need a few strong backs to lie in the load. Veal. Oh no, that's Chocobo Keep. Best way to get around between the cities. Burly researcher. Bemused student. Am I taking left? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Also school, don't you think? Anyways, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What are you Charlians up to? I'm racist against Charlians. Here's a gemstone trader. What do they got? Market for something on the rare side. Got a whole village's worth of surplus from the Archeon. Some of which need to be yours for bicolor gemstones. Nope, I don't want to that. Yep, gotta do Fates, level that up. I still haven't finished that for Shadowbringers. Okay, I doubt there's anyone like back here. And then 1 foot forward and back, and then forward and then go forward and back, and 1 step forward. Bone Weary Worker. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate, though, shouldering a large pack engulfed in some manner house. Maybe we head down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Interesting. Is that out here? Come on, Astro Chicken. Can't jump up there. Labyrinth Nabori. Nabori. Oh, it's Aaronville. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Oh, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another test. This cloud clan I need to capture is close, so very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive call. Single out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. Feathers are green. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank, claim our quarry. Be sure it's the right one. Oh boy, one of these quests. I always suck at these quests. Green Burb. Is that it? No? Feather greens and its cries is distinctive. Large green bird. Large red bird. None of these are hornbills. Except maybe that one? Oh, I'm in chat. Where'd it go? It looks like a hornbill, kind of. Process of elimination, really.
A fair shot.
Oh, you do talk.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Nope.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
So how are we breaking in?
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Oh, you cowards.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
Where did he just say they were going? Oh, Mericidia. Oh, what if one of the areas we go to is Mericidia?
They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Oh, you've done plenty.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Really?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Mine shaft. Boop, boop, boop. Really? You gave me the same amount twice in a row. And then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then put 1 foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and put 1 foot forward, and then back, and then forward and back, and go forward and back, and put 1 foot forward. The Meal Secret, which Aaronville mentioned, is a tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let's see what we might find. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thanks to the scholar that Aaronville knew of it, and you were there to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. This must be at the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, you think? Wendy's baked potato. Well, flavoring beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Alistair seems eager to get underway. Assuming everyone tying their straps and check their gear, then I'd say we head in. Given the terrain ahead, it might be wise to leave some distance between us, and we don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Degussler, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Is descending the belts did they stop that? With the belts. Oh, I can still desense it. Descent, let's just get all that shit. So I have more inventory room. And what the hell, I'll desense this stuff too. We can do that now, can't we? Can't we? Yes. Oh, I got Pagathon stuff too. I know I had plenty of room in my inventory before, but I'm super paranoid. No, those are deep shadow, that's why. Decent shit. Skaven choker. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't need that. Wonder where I found that. Silver Grace Grimoire. Must have been when I turned cookies in. Desynthesis. I'm sorry, this will just take a moment. And this is the last item. Mythor Cap. I guess we have an upcoming quest here. Destination. I not mount it? I really got into crafting last expansion, but that's not my priority here. Custard buns. Not chocobo in healer mode. Nope, it's fighting. Okay, I've killed mine. There we go. I gotta move my gauges. Did my resolution change? I could have kept going. Yiftola. That mine shaft was infested with mythocrabs, some sort of research project, I wonder. Since they are a most unusual creature, why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow moats? I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought and I lost my footing for a moment. That's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. Cry, did you know Cry almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Everyone seems to have made it through with an incident, nothing of consequence at least. And as promised, the tunnels deliver us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville assumptions hold true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, and we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Look, hunt mark. Gotta get the hunt marks. Oh, did my chocobo despawn? I may as well use the second one. If I can get to the right menu. Come with me, Astro Chicken. We fight together. We'll find you that damn trampoline, okay? God, your game was horrible. Three stacks of nuts. Nuts. Like, why nuts? Oh, I hope this fall doesn't kill me. Or I could just, take this way. Which is mostly safe. Huh, now I know where we all are. This is Merrill Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods used in foreign lands. It is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, and how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners here about it, yet the workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Finally, they all leave me alone. Hungry weeb. I am the hungriest of weebs. A field full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine. Not a single picker hard at work. Clearly procuring readily available fresh fruit is not the forum's priority. By the way, I'm not making fun of people's names. I'm only saying them if I enjoy the humor. Because if I wasn't speaking it, I'd still be thinking it. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Never you mind. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd report such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the forum has a filling orders list of long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around the old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for a ridiculous quantity of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. I'm told this cart harvest holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. We are in the Kryles field. Managya! Hey girl. How often you meet someone here who so obviously doesn't belong? Can I help you with something? Tell me about yourself. For now at least, I am the second most important person in this facility. Now you may think I am shirking my duties, but even at this very moment I am envisioning how we can improve our methods. Gazing upon this watermill calms my heart and clears my mind of unnecessary thought, leaving room only for brilliant ideas. Even so, inspiration takes time, and today seems slower in the coming than usual. I don't care what kind of place this is. Overwhelmed labor. Rubon Epican. Huff huff. Do I ought to be taken down below more than I can carry and then some. Some of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift. Some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the sacks of crates atop the hill over there. God, hauling this lot up that slope was a job and a half. Boop boop beep doop. There's the Shtola. She's outside, shirking her duties. Why are you shirking your duties? I took a moment to survey the surrounding land. There are several other facilities nearby we can investigate if we fail to learn all the value here. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grapes. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are... Sorry, my eye hurt. Nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos is modeled, a region in the south of Isilbard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate I cannot read, which in turn transition into a hot humid coastline. Some bountiful territories ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amanus. Torm saw it not as a prize, however, but as the researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Oh, so we do have to go out here. Stray tomato. Stray onion. I'm glad they're reusing those models. Fredo. These enemies are pretty tough. Stack boxes. Labels only tell a story of their contents. Bundles of common seed and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Flower.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
I don't have any thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Not really. I learned these flowers are weird.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Convenient forum member?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Hey, I'll go.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Kyle, quit talking to the flowers with the echo.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Why your teeth red?
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Reach who? Reach who? Feels strong to sign Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Let's get after Moray. We've waited too long as it is. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Is Cryle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville will head westward along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Why'd they all run that way if the quest objective is this way? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I'm a motherfucking bomb. Bum 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 bum. Shit, I meant to talk to the others too. Oh well. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Lajestan Beta, one of Labyrinth's climate control centers. It should have its own list, with which one could have access to upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the former, I would make for a convenient meeting place. Even if we happen to find Aaronville in the company of said agent, we can't expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Garha and his vanish spell were here. Did someone say my name? Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hoppity, my little toads. You cast a toad on it. Goodness! Let me guess, you learned that spell from Matoya. Unaccustomed transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companion top along and catch up with Aaronville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me now to refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of prayer as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures here about? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You return your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for transfiguration's area of effect. Equals your stellar to restore prolonged transfiguration. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Ally Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest line. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area. I've enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for a change of pace, but your soul is right. I'm too preoccupied with other matters. Extend me. Oh. Wait, what? Did I just get repoofed, Toad? I don't know. Well, our goal is this way, so. There's a Chocobo chasing us! We're frogs, we're supposed to jump more. Are we forest frogs? I don't see a lake around here. Luncheon Toad. Oh, that's what we are. Luncheon. Boo, I'm a frog and I'm jumping like a good frog. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake its head. If you nevertheless understand what he's telling you, this is the wrong way. Alpha Toad turns to face north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Oh, which are you two? I'm crossing the bridge. We go with what Alice says. Yep, cow. Run, we got aggro. What location did we just come into? The medial circuit. Did I just do a loop?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
They're gonna send them on a suicide mission.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Your concerns will be immediately ignored. Are we on his list?
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Dude, that guy's talking to frogs.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. But he seems inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and Jaloporo's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever changes they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Aorzi's request for aid. I guided sorts. Alice is staring in the direction of Aaronville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. We're gonna break into the Forum, aren't we? What do you warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners are offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yashola and Cryo for a minute, see what they think of this. Boom, 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 boom. Froggies. I just want to cast the Suna on them. on high I stand, gazing down to see the endless garden waiting me. It's funny how normal the forest seems now. I thought it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Where is Cryo? I was about to ask the same thing. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important. If that something was simply a confirmation no one knows much of anything. Share this with Cryo, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. So we can find her back at the farm. She's behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best action in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flower shoots though, entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decides to wander. She's staring at the flowers, isn't she? Never stare at the flowers. They will eat your face. Bum 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 bum. Dum bum bum ba da bum. Bum ba da ba da bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, take a freaking dump. You sound like something dumb. Going to the farm. This is the quest thing, and there's a blue one. Director Arthur seems troubled. Oh, dearie me. I know that's an old woman voice. Even though it's a young man. My Swedish shadows are one of the Archeon's pressure samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies, I'm Noel Tia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you help me retrieve this specimen? My thanks, I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you have a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. Okay, where is Kryel? Apparently I'm supposed to check the flowers. I don't remember where the flowers were. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and put one foot forward, forward and back.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Tylen talking to you.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
That's creepy.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Enchantment?
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Silver Tear fucking Lake.
After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief already. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
What did you fuck up this time, Alice? That's Garlean music.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Well, they are.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
You detained Graha?
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
What?
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Well, I'm good at being silent. God.
But enough.
Punch him in the nuts.
This is not the place for debate. The rostra...
No. They added a hole there.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Well, fuck you.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Really?
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Oh, how do you know that?
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You're a desired threat to be expelled by punching you in the balls. Whoa!
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Kyle! Hoodless Kyle. He's cute.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Let me read what she said again. No!
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Odd?
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Thanks for filling me in.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
And what is your duty, bitch?
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
He said the thing from the trailer.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight. until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
As she said the thing in the trailer.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
No.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
Isn't that what you do in debates?
By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Okay, you seem reasonable.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
Can we still live at the Baldessian annex?
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
I'm not counting all 99 members.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section. I knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. You clumsy fool. My father may be right, but I am still groping in the dark for answers. I need him to know that I would never stop searching. I owe that much to Endwalker and myself. Thank the gods for Skylark Mounted Chain. Absolutely loathe arguing in circles. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whenever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of science. I know my grandfather would have as well. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious study of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we'll struggle to learn all more of the substance here in Charlian. We shall have to think very carefully about how we are to proceed from here. Now they have the look of dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alice? It is you! Is this your mom? She's cute. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Yay! Amelance Levier at your service. And you fine people must be a science of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Finishkina are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thanker's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the Annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Crya, what do you think? Yeah, I'm going home. Crya, the Crya Aishi? What a splendid day this turned out to be. Champion of Aorzi, I insist that you join us. Uh-huh. Ah, but we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefits, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, your servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Cry, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is so. Enjoy yourselves, you three. If I go in there and they have a little sibling, I'm gonna I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invites classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most. It was a different time for me, alright? That's not what the high school book says. I don't know it. I haven't read it. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Cry? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into a private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everything has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished from men as you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys, panties. Yeah, never mind. Levy your stairs that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Levier stays in the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the rostra. Oh, and please don't make a fuss when we get there. It's only a house. After all we've been through this semester, it's just strange to be here with you now, to come full circle and see how much has changed. Okay, Levier Estate. I don't know if taking the Ethernet, like, takes them away from us if we're supposed to have them follow us. Discuss the view from the bridge. When Allison and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path of panic, crying out my name. Interesting. Yeah, why would I want to take the Ethernet anyways? Because I'll miss those little things. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
That's a lot of servants. Alphino, are you sure you could have afforded that sword by yourself?
What? What are you gawping at?
You have servants! House Levier in all its grandeur. Zion, our headquarters, must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Well.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
Boy.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
Dear Mom, We went to the first.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Nice.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Which fateful day? There's a lot of fateful days involving them.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Oh, maybe they're talking about Dalamode.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I've got another tale for you. New clothes.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
Yeah, we didn't get clothing upgrades in the last expansion.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Nope.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
Where was that like 2 weeks ago when we were doing Dalamud?
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
So do you have your sage shit yet?
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Nubus?
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
No, this is not how he decides to become a sage. It is. I am disappointed.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Heh. Then she winked. Hey Mom, can I get a new sword too? And And a soulstone.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Finally about time you got a job stone.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Hey, how long has Alice had one?
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
Do I get any gifts?
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
What?
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Where's my gift? We're gonna meet Fortune all on the way out, aren't we? And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. You can see it, Ma'am Lotter, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But no sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. I tried to learn the one I just teleported to. I'm smart. If I intend to master these stages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Newless as allies in battle, simply a new form of energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. Oh, you don't have them anymore now. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alpha and those new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levier would be a pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is, essentially, a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. Together our mother welcomed them so warmly with a joy, and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forms hide, a calamitous secret whose origins lie in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortunato means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fare, but their new outfits tell the tale. I can only hope that we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you scout out the situation in Thavner, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Though I would have read much on the subject of Radit's hand, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanishmen mean to contend with the Tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. Are they Garleans? This back to Thavner. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. For Thavner bound. Food! Tanker is eager to set off for Thavner. I have Carl's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Carl was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. What's wrong with the Confluence? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrita. Yeah, with the white aetherite? Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology. I feel to say she did embark upon it in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so early, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. It's too difficult. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face what has long been overdue. It's set, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Okay. I vote for a short break because I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours basically, and I gotta do stuff like maybe find a snack or something. I realize I've been snacking all night, but anyways, I'll be right back. And I am back with some stale cereal. Or just, I need sugar. Okay, where is the confluence? Sorry if I'm breathing loudly. I've been having issues getting around lately. And I'm in a basement recording, so... The confluence. Boop, boop, boop. Durian. Researching teleportation magic is difficult. It requires an abundance of space, which in turn requires an abundance of funding. Thankfully, we can use this public facility free of charge. I know this is wrong. It would seem the old methods are simply not productive anymore. I am researching the Far East Tenkoto. Here's a bit of trivia for you. It's made of timber. Is that not fascinating? My, what a mysterious and exotic land such a place must be. What's the Tenkoto again? Is that the fucking tower? A little place like Kekamo. Study teleportation requires a firm grasp of the fundamentals of sorry. Study teleportation requires a firm grasp of the fundamentals of Aether. So I make a point to study papers of those who have come before me. I'm currently studying trees written by Ejika Shinjiki, truly a luminary of his field. Yeah, I know that dick. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associated with the trial of the students about death yet. We seek Pastor Savner and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. I notice Uriange is not with us. So in order to travel to an Aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise you can't use this beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurling along the high stream. An inconvenient but incontroversial limitation of etheric teleportation. This is how we're getting to the fucking moon, isn't it? What if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move out more freely. And so we finally done it. We created a new kind of Aether that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But just so happens that of our first testers Aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlotte, and the other in Yilmad, the port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. To sum up, we're to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magic imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. May come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the lifestream, in the statistically unlikely event something goes awry. It's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Scarlet truly knows how to pick them. Oh, there he is. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Master Louita not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. Large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No, then let's get going before you change your minds. Please, cease the preparations, head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. You will you be along shortly? In case you were wondering, the Aetheryte still functions like a normal one. It's just been upgraded to allow unattuned travel. I'll see you there shortly. Okay. Well, luckily the Aetheryte Plaza is just out here. I don't want to walk everywhere. Specimen came from the moon. Leaves. No one cares about the frickin' leaves. Right. Destination. It's snowing. Why is it snowing just here?
Right, we're all set.
How did I know she had that accent?
Just the four of you, was it?
She has an Aetheryte earring.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
This seems like a terrible idea. No, don't look at me first. I like how Anastasia just bullshits his way out of doing it. Why?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
We're dead. Isn't this how I traveled to the first?
Oh, and one last thing.
What?
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Wait, what?
What?
Rajay's like, uh-huh. Let's see who vomits. They have the technology to vomit. Thavnir 1. Mappy. Teleport. I know that why it teleports. It's just funny that it teleported. Ratatan.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh, are we doing this again?
What chance? against such an insidious foe.
Huh. Well, I think the first thing we're supposed to do is attune to the crystal. At least we get some comedy. Oh, my panties are showing. My metal panties.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, it's up to me then. Just like always. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? Justinian. Search for Justinian. There he is. No, that's not him. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. You attune to the Aetherite. Come on. You there, I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether thickness. By the mantle, a traveler. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armor lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. No. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much as Justinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You stand before Justinian using gestures, deny that the deal was fair. No. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? Ugh. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. How much was it originally? 19,000. That's pocket change. Your confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. No. I'll be back after I've explored town. No. Deliver a special bottle of Amber Lassie to hurry on, Jay. I'm just getting worse. Oh right, I forgot. There was something I can only do on my server. Thanks. Heat of Battle 3 and Reduced Rates 2. Where'd I leave them? I went around the whole damn building, didn't I? Dot dot dot. Special Armor Lassie. I didn't actually read the description. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. Wait, don't I have one to use for myself? Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, its armor-flavored lassie is supposed to sell unruly stomachs. You were, in time, excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. You haven't already, you should have yours too. Alright, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Stenian, how much money did you spend? Thy hair? What? Oh. I found it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding in my armor. Ask where you got the cord for it. A local vendor. Mantha's Savnarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. How much did you pay? How much did it cost? 9,400 gil. 9,400. 9,400. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I just not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Non-common for merchants set their price high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected the Dasher Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profits. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, this nation of Ratatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. Because they scam people. In the beginning, there were the Arksadara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by a nation's prime locations the wayward betwixt east and west. All this has combined to make the trading power of Ratatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at the gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers, tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunity price is rampant and doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, we've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlmeh? No. Excellent, we didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Where's Estinian? There he is. Is it truly so amusing to see my hairband? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. I had fallen loose after Kyurgens removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. And then I did. His stomach behaving once more, Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Krya, that pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Chocobo. Chocobo person? I just saw you on the map. You're down here. Welcome, traveler. That's right. We're open for business again. Can't sit wallowing when the sales me, am I right? It's the guy in bicolor gemstones you're willing to part with? What do you have for sale? Food. But so did the other one, and I'm not buying food with points. I have certain beliefs. Crates of fruit. Crates laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. You know what? You know what? If one of these crates does not have all the Savnarian items that Rowena is selling, I'm gonna rage. Because that would be hilarious. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you've visited in the past, there appear to be very little activity. For a trading country. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. It has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kazel. I don't envy his position. Better be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by looks of you. If you have enough, perhaps you could pay Kazel a visit. He'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him in Saltwind's Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Oh, over there. Okay, who's the fourth person? Is it where all these people are standing? I don't see anything. Oh, there we are. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have given us a wide berth since the Cursed Tower suddenly appeared on Naranair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after fishing. But no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. Well, we still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. Oh, we can mount in town. Neat. This looks like a lot... Oh, this is... Of course it's bigger than Yulmore. It's not the main town over here. The Damascens aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known that this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. Then there's a tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Damascens. So, surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know these things, Kazel. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Hey. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant! Please tell me you're a merchant! Sorry. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, we were discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matza, and I'm here to see Kazel. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Oh, this can't be good. If foreign vessels won't come to us, why not use our own to deliver the wares to them? Not so simple, Kazuma. Besides, everyone is in the same boat. Everyone. So everyone's quit coming here for... But Rowena buys shit from you all the time. I guess the ships aren't coming, that's why. Yeah. Moogles! Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazel too, didn't you? I'm Matsu, a fisher of Akali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazel, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. But just as soon as he's free, he's a hard-working man, I dare not disturb him. I think he was ignoring you, buddy. Matsu regards you nervously. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I punch Fortune on it in the dick. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? No, that's not actually what I said. And that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kazel, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my set and show me how it's done? Yeah, watch me. I got mad vocabs. If you're willing, then please let me know. We can begin at once. Are you gonna follow me? The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay. I don't have one, but you'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Yeah, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yelda. I will observe you and learn. Matsu is now accompanying you. Please keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Talk. Travel to unfamiliar places and speak with unfamiliar people. Your conversational skills must be astounding. Yeah. That's not what they say. Come with me. Come with me, Babar. Yes. Fish, I got fish here. Fresh fish straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greensfen, how fair you of late. I can't. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather fun. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. You fail to make a sale. Never mind, it never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Okay, so we just fail. How many of us here from the bosom fish? Okay, I'll be serious from now on. Now that I know I can't just redo. Matsaya. 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 Talk to me, girl. I thought you were a Mikate. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra shmamra. My fresh fruit is the only thing you eat. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the orders are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? I know how you feel. Thank you. I pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off troubles for a moment. Fuck. Never mind. You left her with a positive impression. Oh god, how many of these am I gonna fail? Or do I just fail no matter what? Come on. Up more. Why am I walking? Gotta run. Gotta go fast. Asaya has yet to be sure he's at your side before attempting to continue. Motherfucker, I forgot about that. Now I have to go back and find him. Hello. Oh, do you just kind of stay where I lost you? What the hell is that? Oh, the lunar whale. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier, eat more slowly and savor your food. Would I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling the supplies. For that I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Do we have anything suitable, Metsia? We do have some dried products too. They have Narian cucumbers and puff paya fish. They're last of the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount. Truly, by all means, I'll take them all. You succeeded in making a sale. You remembered what I told you earlier. That I preserve what I catch, which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It's truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Yeah, I think the first two you're bound to fail. To the pier. Yeah, the only thing annoying about following NPCs is, well, you can't mount. I mean, you can now, but god damn it, get out of the air. Who do you think you are, Alice, eh? Or was it Alphino? I think it was Alphino. Shiny! Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too. But there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Yeah, do you really want to use me? Still, there's only so much I can do alone. Hope that things will return to normal for Kazel soon. Would you like to explain what happened to Kazel? I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Wait, oh. Kazel, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Mattia, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. No, but by myself, I can't. I want to help you, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I pour my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters of my witness. Kazel. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again. Please take care on the road. Why did we come here originally again? Oh, because we have to help someone. Oh well. But no one's following me anymore, so I can mount up. Yay! Any blue quests? I don't see any. Just Thancred? Oh, not the other 2 are there too. I gotta see. Sorry. Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact on people's lives does appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. There you are, gone over the aether sickness, have you? I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or 2, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihood, but to think that it would be to such an extent. And another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery. Disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. As before, they mean to use their faith of the half souls to count forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Talaferoi. But what primal? Helping a struggling fisherman you only just met to paddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. I resemble that remark. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Ark Sadara, is he not? Apparently, it's almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If something is this perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Ark Sadara would be their primary targets. For it is the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. You better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall. Same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. And so then, keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. But is there a food vendor here? There's a blue quest now. There's a vendor. What do they sell? Just repairs. Here, oh, that's the gemstone shop. Blue quest. Come to me, blue quest. Come to me, blue quest. Yeah, controller? Stepchild. What are you doing there, stepchild? Ogu is looking around in trepidation. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? What? Ah, your face is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the dam. I am Ogu the Katian. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? Those Matanga are not like those on the Azim Steppe. The Arxidor are a civilized tribe. I do not doubt your words, but grandmothers have always warned me. If you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast as far as you can. Her tails were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, a terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from the Nightmare Island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time. Just until I meet with this Kana person that Sarah told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. Are you going to accompany me now? No? Okay. That's fine. Meh. Sheep. Why do they use this so very, very much? Chocobo Keep. Destination. I did mispronounce that deliberately. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Up the hill we go. Hello, Toidle. You look like a very clean yet dirty, or clean and mossy. How do you do that? Oh, it's a hunt mark. That no good. Okay, you're over here. You don't see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Somebody help, somebody help. Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. They live with their prehistoric counterparts. Hey, did you hear that they discovered a prehistoric cat girl? Yeah, they're calling them Neanderthals. There, I've killed most of them. Who are those men? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I killed them, and I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do, and, well, everything. And then those men came. kidnappers. We heard that the Arxadara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others. Fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. That way they'll get two of us at the same time. A question, if I may. Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the towers. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Divinities? Teas? For that reason, some have taken to calling the new tower Zot. Oh, House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. Oh. Well, they're not true divinities. These monsters' imitation can only bring only death. To have faith so twisted and is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities in their true nature? You've gone all the way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course, we will gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, but I'm a terrible storyteller, and I ask my fellow villagers to do it. But please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish! What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Akyali? Akyali! Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. You're walking off alone. So, 'tis a simulacrum of Thanarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in a tower. I pray that we'll be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well say their religious traditions to Akali. I can't imagine us going into the first dungeon already. To the west. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, da, doo, dee, doo, ba, da, doo, doo, doo. Bum, da, 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 dum, bum, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 ba. There is an aether current there. I'm curious. Oh yeah, they really lowered those. Only 5 aether currents in each. Is there 5 out in here? Yeah, there's a lot less quests on these ones now. So there's still a lot to open the aethers on this zone. I guess they'll nerf it in the next expansion. Is it true the bike goes faster? Someone told me the bike goes faster. Hey, Thancred. A charming little village, shame about the hideous tower. Urianje. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to the storied heritage giveth them new life. Where is, Mistinian? Slacking off. Who does he think he is, Ishtola? Mark you that platform out on the water. Some manner of shrine, perhaps. Well, I bet we're going there. Welcome to Machiavelli, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to say that. But please make yourself at home. Yes, all Matenga sound. Oh, this is still Matsia, anyways. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Asvidi. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: the Mancia, beings of wisdom who assume the forms of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beast. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay. Cool boats you got here. Can I have one as a mount? That'd be a cool 4-person mount. Especially with it flying. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. Ancient times the Mancia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of the Mancia, the Murga cast aside their own head and took up those of their foes. Wait, what? Likewise, the Mancia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, Mancia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. What? The what? Do you have anything here? There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you can let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. What you got for me, guy? Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. It's the Magus sisters. By all means, we would like to see it. Yep. They're Mancia. You heard of them already, yes? 3 sisters. Heads of birds, arms of men. The center one is the eldest, and Jeruva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on her left is Minerva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. I wonder if that was their original Japanese names from, because I know like the smallest one was Sandy, the top one was Cindy. I don't remember which one. Blah blah blah. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. And like fashion to the man Usa, the days of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of Amarga, if I may ask? Amarga hold power over nature. In ages past they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses Gaja's head. He is venerated as the progenitor of the Arksadara. Then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. Oh, don't. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Devitra? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to bear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we thaw out Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the road. Wow. The Great Work. Mattia has shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant, beautiful, kind, and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. Those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. You don't have to worry, I'm not into your kind. I'm racist. I don't want any crazy cat elephant babies. As interesting as that would be. Boop, boo, doo, 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 doo. They want to fly. Boop, 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 doop, boop, doop. Boop, boop. Why are there elephants in civilized? Elephants on the same island. I realize thematically it makes fucking sense. But it is crazy to think about. Okay, I've already passed it. Oh, they're inside this building. I get it. I'm only slightly stupid. Where the fuck's the entrance? There it is. Why is that young lady trembling so? Oh, it's you. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Can I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Yeah, that's my friend over there. She's racist. Welcome to the old mad traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right people. Might I have your name? Batman? Karaya and Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Don't mind her, she's racist. An understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You're looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight, lest you doubt. My skill is likened to that of Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with that name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and I sent any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off. Is it not our duty to escort them? There is to be a ritual dance performed in Kadja's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there's no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they include Matenga in their number? It was an Arxa who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Not at all. I look forward to feigning it defeat. I look forward to feigning it defeated my most feared enemy. I cannot do this alone. Stronger wrong voice. Pray lend me a strength of the victor and of the Nadab, and half the reward for this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yell and Mad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. And what is there? Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Maybe. You frickin' racist. Yeah, I may not want to bang him, but she's just... At least I can pretend they're... Oh, not pretend, they are actually fairly nice. At least I can say they're very nice. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous, is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Where is she? I don't even see her. Is she hiding behind the bush? Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him, or being armed. Perfect. Oh, there she is. I must say, this is less than ideal. Many people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Your friend perhaps frightened by Arksadara? I have met such travelers before. Oh, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wild zone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. This one leads to quest. This one leads to the quest I want to do. Going to the Tower of Zot. So that's a full-fledged dungeon, though. That's interesting. Didn't think towers had a full-fledged dungeon in them. I thought it was just like one room at the base. How are my friends going to get in? Jesus, how far away are you guys? The great work. Boom, 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 boom. Barn air. I don't know why my UI is so weird. It's like even my bars here are two. Whee! Down. Oh, there's a bunch of people there. I bet that's where something happens. They're all dead, aren't they? Oh, one's still alive.
What happened here?
Time for the echo.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh god, it's Kefka.
We have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
So they do have Middle Eastern accents.
I am Vasham, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Okay, so they sleep.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
New scales? Are they your scales?
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Those are very weird looking. I guess they're dragon scales.
Oh, now I can continue my experiment.
Dragon scales! Dragon scales! It's time for dragon scales!
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
That's what I just said.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Nice!
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Yep, that's us.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkill, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Those like fucking zombies.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
You don't say.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
No.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Nice.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Even the kids coming with us. Poor Stinian. I love watching him get into comedy scenarios. Chocobo Keep. Crystal. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Wrong voice. Though Cryo herself is tied up with another investigation, Cryo is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions? Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, a satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even though should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their thick densities, scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to apply this protective property throughout our alchemy. Yeah, sorry, we killed Nidhogg. Thanks to scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Where is to sleep me? What exactly does it need me to do? Better than having my blood drawn. Perhaps so. And knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we only ask that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Ariana and will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We will be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bump. Ba bum bum bum. Boop 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 boop. Do do. Do 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 do. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Take inspiration from this tradition. We create this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Okay. Right, I need that. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow Deep's lead and try not to fall behind. I'm following a lantern. Oh, it's not the craziest thing I've followed. I did follow a keycurrent. Right, Aether, please stand back. Ready, Aether, please stand back. Ready, Aether, please stand back. Ready, ready to start chest subject gathering near. You're struck by a powerful blast of ether but suffer no ill effects. The subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirm, resuming test. Please follow. Why am I giving you a lantern the Matanga voice? Can I at least fight something? You're struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Am I getting sick yet? Suffer no effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for the final discharge. It's the final discharge. You're struck by the strongest blast of aether yet, but have survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulating on retaining your composure and your humors. Really, how far are we from the tower? I don't even see the tower. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the deep off your hands. Having exhausted all of its ether, the drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? And the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. It regards you with those eyes you could drown in. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our store of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. Herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spade kidnapping, however, we are Sadara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as an escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajia's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Oh, that's just the Aether Company. I was wondering if I had something else. Boom, boom, burn. Burn down, bow, down, bow, bow. We're going to the thing. We're going to the thing. I don't know what it is. Nidhana is there. Probably a fight coming. It'll be up here. Who bets ya? Dun dun. I may simply be imagining, but it feels that we're being followed. Oh no, guys, look out, Garaya. Die, monsters. You praise be to Garlemald. God, that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Nothing I haven't already healed. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up to the rise. I just noticed how low my HP is compared to how I was in Shadowbringers. I know they did the stat squish. Actually, what are the stats on my weapon? What were they before? A lot lower, I'm sure. Alright, critical hit, or the... Yeah, critical hit dropped from 60 to 24. My gear is no different. I love my Gubu. It's one of the few things I can show off to people that people still can't obtain. Here we are, Kajia's footsteps. Kajia was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. Oh hey, you're a dancer too. Happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I'll set about harvesting it once if you would be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Picasa. Not to be confused with Picasso. God damn it. don't have my chocobo out either, so. Wonder what my DPS is. Snugsy McMustard. I'll gather the herb as quickly as I can. Please stand guard for me. What's that
Yes,
over there?
that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Really?
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap? Do you trust the satrap?
Completely! Without the satrap and his line, Radzad Khan would not exist.
That seems overdramatic.
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
What's happening? I hear horror music.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Your hair's gone white. You think you are? Emmett Selk. have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? Reason to keep believing. Dum bum 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 bum. Ah, this is a long walk back. Destiny is caught in a trap. But great work. Great work here, guys. Oh, swimming. I was not expecting swimming. Are all my friends back yet? No? Okay. Alright, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. How doesn't Hana know that she is about to send you on another errand? No, I'm pretty sure she knows. They always know. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. I've seen the stories of Giant Skull are running low. Stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that this was before Oriante told everyone about their tempering cure, and Stydian shared his knowledge of dragons. He appears to have been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we'll need to replenish our stores. I'd be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Karaya, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, when I ask you to fetch level 1 is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and etherical conductivity, its applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Ground, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take too much of your time. May we impose on you once more? What else am I good for now? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, for any to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own to take me out to the outpost nearby. Maybe borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana. By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those who survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Ride the shoe puff? I would like to ride the shoe puff. Ride the shoe puff? I like the shoe puff. By the way, I'm very tired right now and I'm just going crazy. But I have to see the story. Don't worry, if I truly feel sleepy, I'll go. Honest Alchemist. Missing Alchemist. The honest alchemist needs help. You've come by at the perfect time, adventurer. Could you help me find someone? One of my colleagues went to receive a delivery and hasn't come back. I'm worried something might have happened. Oh, thank you. He went to Yellow. So let's start by looking around the Aether right there. Oh, what was it I was just thinking of? I thought of something about Alpha Known Alize, and I wanted to check something, but I don't remember what. That's what happens when I get tired. Here are our Hamsa cry. If the creature looks familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodo. Hams have long been kept as livestock in Thavner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Also, a large of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remains as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let's make first for the outpost. We shall set forth at your word. Word. You are ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Mount the Hamza and travel to the outpost? Yes. Let's be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned. They have a bit of they have a wobbling gait. And I think I rode a dodo right here, didn't I? Did you see me riding it? Spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Kadga. The legend holds and wheeled by Mansu against the Murga before it's cast down at conflict's end. Kadga. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Yay. Free experience points. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. I might as well go up right there and just blow it up. Well, who should be but young Varshan? Out on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellence bade me to come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regards. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front lines about, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Just before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray that you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Navdeen. Thank you. You want to introduce me? And who might this be? Not Hanish by the looks of her. Permit me to introduce Kryashi of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? Well, we had something crazy happen. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of Some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You too, bring Varshin the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Kitty, what are you doing? Nibdeen. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a militant order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we struggle to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Just 1 each. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Okay, just checking to make sure it's not crystal here. You wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zadas folks have taken to calling it. It suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Naranare. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far in the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Not good. We had a guy go handicapped. Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. And third guy, you are over here. Huddy. Hi, Huddy. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're ones behind the towers and they've declared war on the whole planet. Why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them. What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Woo! Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radatan originally received a steady stream of news from abroad. Last, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone would have been grateful for your account. Well, come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. I still have a Hamza? Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet next. Where is my Hamza? Hammy! Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you it back. Should we become separated from your point in doing this? When I could have just mounted anyways. Do boo boo do do do. Where is this stupid place? Let's go there and do shit. Oh, that's a mount. We're like, what the hell is that jumping by? Running. Oh look, another quest. Alchemist or dancer? Dancer, obviously. You have to go to the Tempest and talk to Grenalt to get the greatest looking gear for us. I am following the wrong cursor. That would explain a lot. I think we can cut through here. Exclamation. There's a plus sign in the town. All of them are exclamation points, Karaya. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there. Oh, is this an elevator? It's an elevator that comes down, though. It's not an elevator. Okay, can't shortcut through here, so... Just let me jump. I'm guessing with the dodo I can't be attacked, though. Or I should say this dodo. We'll find out. Oh, we can still get aggro. Sotomerg. Oh my god, it's forever away. Aye, this is indeed the giant skull ground, and I am then... yeah. Is there something you require? Giant skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. 'Tis the least we can do to provide them with materials they need. Are you going to make me carry them? Senua has a sack of giant skull for you. Here you are, a sack of purest giant skull. We always set some aside for alchemist friends. When we deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Oh, all the way back to Nirvana. Why can't you have a chocobo? Why don't I just teleport? I wonder. Damn, I was hoping you could use the confluence back. That would have been funny. Oh, welcome back, Karaya. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? Haven't been sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous test. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. is the sea.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yep.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
Yeah, fuck the Sharlayans.
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
He said orgy.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Y'all come? Yeah, there you come.
What
Damn,
is it?
Fandaniel.
What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Can you make several more of
Afforded
those?
such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Don't worry, we can fix primal summoning. Or not primal summoning,
We'll
but
keep an eye on the place while you're away.
tempering.
Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Boop, 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 boop. Well, I'm the only one of us that can go near the tower, so we left the two other echo bearers in Charlian. What's your quest, Elephant Man? John Luck is concerned about a colleague. You have a moment, adventurer. One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajia's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I could search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change. I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Do you find her and fetch her for me? Yeah, she got kidnapped. You're too kind. She should be in Kajia's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a hero with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet one of the students about Destian. Kitty, you can't have my hand the whole time. Okay, so I guess, where are we going? Up there. Which I guess is going to take us around here. So weird knowing I'm discovering new areas again. Oop, something I gotta kill. It's free experience. So my current plan is to finish this route, and once we get back to Charlian, call it a day for a few hours, and I go take a nap. I'd love to be up for 24 hours. I just don't have the stamina right now. Boop, 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 boop. Let's finish this time path. It can't be much harder. Blue, blue. It's a rather finer boat than I expected, but won't complain. I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if it should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray that it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. The longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become, so let's be off. Head to the Tower of Zot with Nizana. This seems like a terrible idea.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Neat.
It's working!
I just disappeared.
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
How close are we going to get before I have to punch a bitch? Oh, that close.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Let's make it easy for them to kidnap you.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Okay. Oh, no. What? No. You gonna slide under the door, or is it gonna close on you? They're gonna go under the door. Creepy. God, that's creepy. You have to show me how this works.
Let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Oh, kept her closed too. I'm not complaining, but
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
similarities to what?
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
No, it's very much displeased. All the
My
time.
patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian.
Yeah, you're right.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Asians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Interesting.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yeah. Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Who? Oh, great, echo time.
At your service.
Well, I guess that kills the Emmet Sekazamon theory.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Yeah, I beat him up.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
That's like...
Heed me, Amon.
Zonda has a voice.
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Something's exploding.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life
but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness.
Oh, great, he left. I'll leave while I'm echoing.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
So we'll be coming right back here. After Charlian. Ah, your return boat. Where's Mrs. Nidhana? Manusa preserved. This one we exceed in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. To the great work. I just want to check. Yeah, well, Charlie and the Archeon are in Other. Other has evolved. Finally. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it's Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you want to do more, but you were right to return here first. But tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Satrap of Raditsan. Tanker is wearing a grim expression. First we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Why? I don't explain shit. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana's trapped in tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. Let's make more scales that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. Are you the satrap? He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. Yeah, and he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. As for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In our report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it's agreeable, will you not accompany me to Ratatan's for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be benefit to us all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull Ground, and we will show you into the city. Okay, into Ratatan. Where the hell is that? Over there. Did I just see someone that already has flying? Like hack. Yeah, I'm not making much sense right now. I do kind of go stupid after a number of hours. Like cringe stupid. But I really want to play this game so much more. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Is it gonna let us attune there? What do you mean I should get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I really should go. Oh. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy. Could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls. So could you make sure the stage is in order? Well, since I'm here anyways. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. I don't know if I'm going to make it to where I want to make it. But I have gold. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't have be the adventurer sent by the students about Decium, would you? You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mrs. Nashmira at one time. I went to see the Rome as I traveled for performances. Maybe I still can, not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Where is it? Up there. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is go to the nearest aetheryte that I can access and log off. But as for here, I will be back later today with stream. Hopefully I'll have gotten a little sleep and be a bit funnier and more vocal, and maybe, you know, things will go good. But I do hope you enjoyed, and Have fun, and I hope to see you next time.